Hello, hey, what's up, John? Thank you so much for coming. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Hey, pre-retirement. Hey, sis, how you doing? Zindy, thank you so much, beautiful. Papa, how you doing, guys? Thank you. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate you guys stopping in. I hope everybody is doing well and living their best life. I really appreciate it. I thank you guys so much. And it's nice just to be able to have people that you're comfortable with to hang out and chill. You know what I mean? Because that's what it's all about for me. You know, and a lot of these friendships that I'm making on here have been absolutely amazing. And I want to stay, connected with the people. I know that when you're on YouTube like this, you meet so many different people and it gets real big and vast. But I tell you, when I have my certain type of people that we really click and we really rock with each other, I like to stay connected the best as possible. You know what I mean? And that doesn't mean that a person have to watch every video that you have, every live. That's not what, this friendship that I'm building is about. I just say meet me in the middle, you know what I mean? And we chill and we hang. And we all feed off of each other. We build each other up. We give each other advice about things if that's what's needed. But with me, I don't come on here to give advice, to preach to nobody, or to judge anybody. But I like if I say that I got something going on, somebody can give me, they can tell me something. You know what I mean? That can help. So I want you guys to really know that I'm not here to play no games. It's real talk. We get it how we live. We chill, we rock, we roll, and we do it moving. You know what I mean? And be glad of it. Thank you so much. You're awesome, amazing people. And shout out to you guys. Shout out. Oh, you are amazing too, Miss Cat. How you doing, beautiful lady? You guys check out Sydney Cat. She's absolutely amazing. I think pre-retirement has been coming over to see you, Miss Cat. Lately, I've seen her over. So that's somebody good. And anybody else that want to connect, because when you got good people like this, you have to really share the love out. You know what I mean? And I tell you, this is going to get bigger and bigger. The more everybody grow, it's going to be harder and harder to get around to a lot of people. But as we grow here, a lot of folks are not staple. You know what I mean? No disrespect to anybody, but there's a lot of people that's not staple to you. So you'll know the ones that's really riding with you, and then you got to know why other people, when they don't come, you don't like to just assume anything. Because a lot of times people get sick. Sometimes people stop doing YT and they don't give any notice. So we don't like to jump to conclusions. But after a while, when you know when you know. You know what I mean? And it's all good because we all find our niche. and people that are like us and that we, click and get along with, and we just build with those because there's millions of people around the world. You're definitely going to find the right crowd for you. You know what I mean? So with that being said, everybody keep your heads up and keep doing what you're doing. Live this thing called life, rock, and we roll. You know what I mean? Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Let's ride on all four flat tires if we have to. That sounds horrible, don't it? You be riding, them rims be sparking. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, let's really look at it and know it. Oh, you getting some yard work done? So feel it. Yep, and it's gonna be, you feel it now, pre-retirement, and tomorrow it might set in even more. But at least you're getting some stuff done, and actually your muscles are getting a bit of a workout. I'm glad that you're able to get some yard work done there. Go girl, go girl, get it done and have fun. Cause I know how it is when you got to start doing that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like in the islands, it's just has to be done year round because there's no winter. You know what I mean? But in the States, it's a whole nother story. You got to clean out all of what winter left behind if you're living in, as we call the United States, we call it America. Yes. Yep, amen. That's how, you know what? I realize a lot of people don't pay attention to a lot of the stuff that we do around is actually, it gets your workout and your cardio going too. Even if it's something we don't like to do. You know what I mean? It does happen, So let's keep it, let's do what we got to do, right? And enjoy it. There's a lot of stuff out here, man. I tell you, life is life. And I was just talking to somebody and I was telling people that our weather has changed and it's permanent. Like all of this mixed up radical stuff that's going on, this is not just, in United States. This is in the islands, Paris, all over the world. Everybody has been experiencing change of the weather because this is the new, you know what I mean? The new. And this is what it's going to be moving forward. This is how it's going to be because these are changes that are meant to, to happen, and it's going to happen. Still for more than 15 minutes at a time. Yeah, I know what you mean. And then when you get kind of worn out, you'll know when to sit down. But it's it's kind of good to keep it going. And then sometimes we can be a little bit of hyper, or because we got a lot to do. But as long as you get your rest and chill down when you need to, it all works out for the best. I understand that because I'm always on the go like that too. And I need to start forcing myself to chill out. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times I know I'll be doing too much. And sometimes your body will force you to chill down, you know what I mean? But we all, we got to do our best at whatever it is, y'all, because this ain't the same no more, y'all. I remember this has been a couple of years ago when I was in the States. As I say, they call the States different from like if you're in the island in America. And it was, just coming into, I think it was coming into being a summer. This was years ago. And, you didn't wear no coats or anything like that. And it was, the sun coming down hot type of thing. And it started hailing out of the blue. And it was very small, tiny little beads of hail. And it went on for like maybe 3 to 4 minutes. And as the hail hit, it melted immediately. And that was not the season that hail should have been in. I'm telling you, this is a serious ride we on here, y'all. We all better be prepared because we don't know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? And I'm not being negative. Because see, one thing about these homes, let me read what you said first, pre-retirement. She says, my desk chair is so uncomfortable. I have to find a good cushion that is good for my back. Oh, I know, honey. Yeah, and please make sure you do that because I tell you that, what I wanted to say too, and I don't mean it in a negative way, but a lot of times people don't realize that a lot of, like a lot of us, like our careers, if you went to college or just a job that you work, to bring in income and even stuff you like, a lot of times stuff that we do as far as our career causes long-term damages to us in the long run. Like a lot of folks did a lot of typing, whether it was an old typewriter back in the days, using the computer a lot. That messes with your carpal tunnel. That can cause carpal tunnel in some cases. Being on the computer a lot, it can mess with your eyes, give you headaches. I know a lot of people, that, are doing constructions, men and women both have permanent damage to their joints. I mean, this is scary how that happens. Yep. Desk jobs, 40 hours a week. Yep. It'll tear you up. And then, like I said, I know a lot of people like nurses and doctors that's on their feet a lot of walking on their back and the heels of their feet. I'm serious. A lot of people, and I know a lot of folks, I'm not trying to be rude or weird or nothing. I know this from experience myself. A lot of our actual careers or job descriptions cause this disability to you in some kind of way, after a while. It really does. It really does. And I promise you, I know this from, the type of work that I do myself and also working in the field and different things like that I do. I know what's causing some issues for me. I promise you, even just, being on call and having to jump up every minute and don't know it's a false call, go all the way back home. Or when you're at your place, you get up and listen, you go for a call and that person didn't need nothing and then you go right back. And I'm like, whoa. A lot of stuff that we do professionally, a lot of our job descriptions causes some type of disability at some point. Your range of motion, even I remember, and I'm serious about this, and this is not me just running my mouth. These are things that I've been through physically myself and people that I know, family and friends that's physically dealt with this kind of stuff. I remember a lot of, back when I was coming up, a lot of kids used to do paper routes and stuff, and a lot of them had a lot of damage to their arm from flinging the newspaper, especially that big old Sunday paper. And a lot of people, if you notice with professional athletes, tennis players, basketball, football, hockey, everybody ends up with some type of injury or some type of problem. There's a long-term damage from their sports activities or their careers, because with people doing sports, that's a career. And it ain't no joke. You pay for it in the end. It will visit you in a negative way, unfortunately. I know so many people that come in constantly with problems, and it's all my rotator cuff and blah, blah, blah. And this is not all about sports. This is jobs that people do. Even somebody that's standing a long period of time and start being a problem on their back, their hip joints, their knees, their feet. It's what it is. You know what I'm saying? It wears you out after a while. So, life is lifing. You know what I mean? Life is lifing. So that's all we can do is roll with the punches, because there's nothing you can really do out here that's not going to cause some kind of problem. Even I know some people that have jobs, they sit down a lot. Like you said, the 40-hour-a-week desk job. I also know a lot of people that are security guards. And for the most part, they do their rounds, but they have to sit. And I mean security people that work at a bank, security guards at the prison. Y'all know what I'm saying. Folks, the jobs cause havoc on them after a while. You've been doing it for a lot of years, and I know a lot of people had to change their job description because of what they were doing. And this is stuff that people went to college for, careers that they love, got the right, retirement, the 401k, all that paid vacations, and they had to let it go because it was causing them too much physical problems. Even people on computer long-term complain about their eyesight and headaches. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah. She says, I can feel it now after 10 years. Oh, yeah, the bridge has been, tilted a little bit. You know what I mean? Pre-retirement, I know exactly what you mean. And that's what's going to happen once you utilize yourself in a certain way. After a while, and I promise you, I know so many people doing different stuff, ballerina, professional dancers. You understand what I'm saying? All around the world, tap dancing, whatever it is that you do consistently and for a long period of time, it has a way of, bringing you down. And that's because there's wear and tear. Even with us with our regular lives, you got to look at what age you start walking, how much you're doing on your knees and your hips. I mean, it's all a part of what this thing called life is. But at the same time, I know a lot of people have had to change their careers because it was too physical. It was causing too many physical damages. You know what I mean? And that is the truth. I tell you that. And it's, it's bittersweet. It is bittersweet because I know all of that sitting down and stuff that'll get you in the long run too. So I get it. It ain't no joke, y'all. We all know what this is. We all know what this is, and there's no way around, what you're doing for your life. You got, people got to work and do their stuff, and unfortunately things happen. She says, I try to take frequent breaks to stretch and walk. Lift weights. Yep. You try to do the best you can because that's what it is. Anything that you do, you imagine, like you're saying, sitting down, a 40-hour a week desk job. What do you think that's going to do to you after a while physically? Your back, too much sitting is not good. You know what I mean? Too much sitting is not good. Even with people that are in wheelchairs and bedbound have to be moved around and exercise because it's not good. You know what I'm saying? And then all of that type of shuffling around with paperwork and using their hand to write all day long and on computers and glaring at it and the chair ain't right. And I mean, it's just a million things. And unfortunately, we don't got no way out of it. You know what I mean? Like you said, get around, exercise, and try to take breaks. But at the same time, it happens. Gosh, life is something, huh? Life is something else. I try my best to do what I got to do, but I know how it is. And that's all we can do is do our best because, it ain't easy. It's, it's what it is. The nature of the beast. Boy, honey, I tell you, we got to know what we doing here, y'all. I described the taste in the description. Check it out. Yeah, we just gotta, we gotta do it. But I tell you one thing, folks, is toe up. Toe up. I just met a man here a couple of days ago, and he was, he was a kind of, shuffling, to walk, shuffling around, and he was saying that, he was been in constructions for over 30 years. And now that it's time to retire, he is damaged from the labor. You know what I mean? The labor, the work. And that's how it is. Really, there's nothing, there's really no way around it. He said, I gave up my stressful 50-hour-a-week job for a part-time job so I can be more present with my family. Oh, I hear that, Aubrey. I don't blame you, honey. Honey, I I know what you mean because I'm getting ready to break it down myself because it's you know what's needed. You know what's needed and what works for you. And I'm getting ready to do the same thing because it's too tied up. It's too tied up. And once you realize what's really important and if you figure out your income and know what can work for you, it is better because those are times and situations that you can never get back and then you'll live with regret if there's something that you could have done about it. You know what I mean? I hear that. There's no way because there's too much going on. Too much going on, I tell you. That's how it is with us, with our lives. We got to sit back and really pay attention to what's good because it's hard, you know what I mean? And before you know it, it's over. And I keep telling people that life is like a matrix right now. It's Monday. Every time I turn around, it's Monday, it's Friday, it's Monday, it's Friday. And I keep trying to explain to folks, I know a lot of people, and I'm not trying to get scary and weird, because one thing I don't like is when people do all that homestead stuff or when we're talking about stuff that's really happening. If you're telling people something that's going to scare them, it doesn't work. It doesn't go in the right direction. You got to, try to keep it, copacetic. But a lot of this stuff that we got going on, these are signs that's already, if you read, you'll get educated, and God will be able to fill your head up with what you need to know. Yes, ma'am, Miss Cat. Yes. Going by quickly. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is. And see, this is what people are not listening to, not paying attention to. This is trying to tell us something, y'all. And I promise you, this stuff that we're having, just like I was just saying, I don't know who was in the live that heard me, but I remember one day, and we call it like, we call it like America. We call it like the United States or the States, different from being in the island. I remember being in the States, and I remember it was just about getting to, summertime, and this was years ago, and it was, hot, and the sun was beaming and everything, and all of a sudden it started hailing real hard, but the hail was very, very small, like beads, and by the time it hit the ground, it melted, and that was totally not the season, and this was years ago. This is not just what we're talking about right now. 5 minutes, 6 months ago. I'm talking about these signs have been here telling us something. And I'm not trying to, make it out of a boo-hoo thing, but the eclipse, that situation, a lot of people, yeah, we're having fun, we getting the glasses, we're going to go sit down and chill and watch it. Do whatever you want to do when that happens. But I'm telling you, moon and sun ain't supposed to come that close. That happens for a reason. Look for changes. Keep looking for the changes because it's coming. Not what we already having. It's going down. It's going down. This is the stuff that they say stay ready, but a lot of people think you it ain't no Get the Bible open. This is what you do. You get the Bible open and you look. You got to remember. See, this is what the problem is. And I'm not preaching to nobody. I'm not judging nobody, and I'm not giving nobody no advice. But I promise you, a lot of stuff that I speak about, I live it. And if it ain't me, it's somebody that I'm close enough to see for a fact myself that it's happening. But when you open up the Bible, this is going to tell you a lot of stuff. But see, this is what folks do when it comes to the Bible, is that they only read enough. Yes, it is. Yep. God is yes, definitely. Nobody, if you're not into it, you're not going to listen, or you're not going to hear that silent bell ring. You get what I'm saying? And I keep telling people that if you look at it for what it's worth, you can be prepared for a lot of stuff if you pay attention. But a lot of times folks are only like, when they're getting into the Bible, folks are only like, and I'm not judging nobody because I'm not perfect or none of that, or trying to act like I know everything, and I got a whole bunch more I got to do because I spent a lot of my time not knowing God or my self-worth. You get what I'm saying? But I'm telling you, when you look into this stuff, people do this. What do you talk about? Okay, well, if somebody mentions something about the Bible, right, they'll say, oh yeah, Adam and Eve. What do they say about Adam and Eve? Like they just act like that's it. They'll say what? Adam and Eve, right? They had 2 sons, Cain and Abel. One brother killed the other brother, and Eve ate the forbidden fruit. Bam, and that's it. You see what I mean? That's it. Honey, listen. Adam lived to be 800 and something years old, people. He had his 3rd child when he was over 100 and something years old. We have to go further to get the understanding. We just can't park at the point where our pain is and think we're going to read something and be okay for that moment. No, because there's going to be changes and things that's going to keep happening constantly. You understand what I'm saying? Even when God told Noah to build the ark, and Noah was trying to tell the believers to come, this is what's going to happen. It's going to rain 40 days, 40 nights. Nobody wanted to hear it. There's certain people that came, so I don't want to say nobody. But quite a few people came, and the non-believers did not come. And folks don't seem to understand. Yes, y'all know what I'm saying here. Y'all know what I'm trying to tell you, because you got to look at it. Folks didn't want to believe, but what they didn't pay attention to is that they didn't understand that, well, Noah, he got the ark going, and, as it started flooding, obviously there was a whole bunch of people wish they would have listened, because they seen a lot of rain, but they never seen rain, and then they eventually started drowning, because y'all know what that was all about. But people didn't understand that when the ark took off, the ark did not take off the way it should, because, see, we already did the Adam and Eve. But when the ark took off, everybody, oh, yep, it's a new world finna start, and all the people that didn't believe is gone and dead and drowned and all blah, blah. But that already happened with Adam and Eve before, too. Stuff happened then, right? But the thing is, the people are not paying attention to is that there was evil that came onto the ark. Hello, somebody, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? That didn't go as planned either. Just like this right now is not the promised land. You understand what I'm saying? You can't live just to live this life. You have to live for eternity if you are a believer. I want my crown of life, y'all. I ain't playing with it. I didn't come here to play no games. You get what I'm trying to tell you? I done made a lot of mistakes and a lot of mess in my life, and I'm working through it now. No, I'm not a super Christian. No, I'm not holier than thou. I'm working on my salvation. Yes, I get mad. I have negative thought. I swear, I act the fool. I cut up. I mean, I don't do no stuff like, drinking and smoking and none of that, and I'm not judging anybody that do, but I'm not going to be fake and phony. I'm living this thing called life, and I'm growing and trying to get my mind right. Have a good night, Aubrey. I appreciate you stopping in. Blessings to you and your family. Thank you. You know what I'm saying, y'all? I can't, because, see, this is what everybody do when they get on here and they say a few things about, God. They feel that you got to be a super Christian, and that that if you slide one way, that you're going to be damned because you slid over to the side, but you just got through talking about God. Well, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to say it like this. I'm going to keep it. This is my real. There ain't no such thing as perfect. And can't no pastor tell me that I'm not gonna make it because I'm not doing what he said. You understand what I'm saying? Can't no pastor tell me that, oh, well, you came here and you had a confession and you said that you was drinking over the weekend. Well, now you're going to hell because you was drinking. Honey, you're not God. You understand what I'm saying? You got this twisted up, honey. And I'm going to tell you that we're going to get deep here for a minute here because I had wanted to talk to you about this, Grandma Lynn. Let me tell you, that stuff that you were saying about with that pastor getting on that woman, listen, do you see who he's married to? Do you see what's going on here? And I'm going to say this in no disrespect. And I have to say allegedly. The wife, I ain't even going to say her name, but if I need to, because if everybody want to know who we talking about, I will. But the wife is doing it like this. She got on YouTube one day because she got a little YouTube channel. And you know who this woman is. She got the YouTube channel. And she's on there and she's talking about his congregation. Now, mind you, this is the new husband that she married in the church that he's the pastor over. So he's supposed to be teaching his folks and stuff about God and training and helping them. So for your wife to be the first lady, your new wife, and she's going to get on YouTube and talk about people like a dog, for real, in your congregation, that says a lot about you and who you married and what she's all about. But she's the first lady, right? You see what's going on here. Also, she's going to put this in tandem. She is one that is like some type of CEO. I don't even want to clarify it to be clear. I don't care if I'm saying it wrong or whatever, because it's not even important for me to get into it like that. But she was married to somebody very famous. And then she started doing some business of her own, and she started hosting, the Basketball Wives and these things like that. But she's also a cast member in these shows. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Yes, running through all the women in the church. Yes, ma'am. Yep. You know that. You know exactly what we're talking about. Yes, his wife, Shawnee O'Neal. See, I wasn't going to say all that. I have to say allegedly. That's why I wasn't going to say all that. But yes, allegedly. You married her, and this is what she's doing, and I'm not being disrespectful. Anybody can see it, and I'm not judging her. I'm just saying this is what we call in church now. This is what we call in pastors now. You see what I mean? We're going to church dressed like we finna hit the strip pole, but it's okay because I praise the Lord. You're running through different women that's coming to you for help, and you see, come on. This woman was doing one of her videos, and there's probably several out here because I stopped watching them because I'm not with all that. I thought she was getting herself together. First of all, like I said, you're not just the one that's running the reality show. You are a cast member, and you have been in the past. And you would get on one of your little YouTube things and say something like this. Yes, oh, we had a good service. Yes, my husband, we had a good service this week and blah, blah, blah. But guess what? In Basketball Wives, honey, the next series is coming out in the next season. We getting ready to go up and Drea's going to smack so-and-so in the face. But you the first lady and you just got through talking about your church service. And see, this is what I'm saying. You get what I'm trying to explain. I'm not judging anybody, but see, this is the new made-up gods and churches and stuff. And I keep telling people, I don't give a damn if the chandelier is $10,000 and that place may not be anointed. You can't call everybody to church, and every woman ain't wearing no crown. Every woman do not wear a crown. Say his mother, TV chicks just need to say more. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Grandma. Yes, ma'am, Miss Lynn. Yes. We are always supposed to eternity. Well, yeah, see, that's the thing, but this is not what's going on here. See, what these people are doing, we're doing, here we go, the false prophets. See, and everybody kept on saying, oh, why did he marry her? Because look what she do. But he's the same way. He just dressed it up differently. And both of them, that's not even a real relationship. These people are marrying the money. They're marrying the booty. I'm going to say it just like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Hello, what's happening, Aaron? Thank you so much for coming in, Sports Car. How you doing, bro? You understand what I'm saying? You got to remember, folks are not even, and I'm going to say this, and I have to say allegedly and no disrespect to anybody. People are marrying your money. People are marrying the sex. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? And I'm going to be wrong. I'm going to call it what it is. You get what I'm saying? People are marrying the sex life. People are not trying to join together with spirits and love and relationship and your deep down soul. They're marrying your implants and your BBL, your wallet, your Mercedes. Folks are not looking for real love. Folks is looking to rock that headboard. Folks are looking to get ate up on the two-legged table. People are looking to scrape the knuckle between somebody's legs, looking for money, prostituting with the wife label on it, the husband label on it, selling yourself but not really committing to a marriage, as you say, in front of God. Do you get what I'm trying to tell you? All this thing is turned all the way upside down and flipped right back, just like the house that got lifted up by a tornado and dropped back down, upside down. All of this stuff is trickery, games, fooling, playing around. You can tell what's going on here with these couples because, everybody kept saying, oh, well, he's such a renowned pastor, look, allegedly. Why did he marry her? He's the same as her. But see, y'all so brainwashed when y'all attend his service that y'all don't realize that he ain't who he say he is. You got to remember, pastors are not God, first of all. Pastors are not God. They are a vessel that God uses. Just like a lot of times when people going into surgery, yeah, you can pray on that surgeon hand, but you got to pray to God to direct and lead that surgeon into the surgery. But folks are so caught up on, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get that. And just like with, and I'm going to say it allegedly, Beyonce and Jay-Z, that ain't no real marriage. Come on, y'all. You can get fool some of the people, so you can't fool all of the people all the time. Because see, I see right through that kind of stuff. That's why I have never. There are so many famous people that I like, and I like their content and how they do, but I don't kiss nobody's butt. You understand what I'm saying? Can't do it. Sister, I watched that interview and I said to myself, this doesn't even look like love. Yes, it's a marriage of convenience. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Look, allegedly. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Just like you look at, allegedly Kim Kardashian and Kanye West got together, tried to run around here like a power couple in front of everybody, running all up under the bowels and stuff. And not just because they're separated, they were never together. Hello. Tricked out to the highest bidder. I'm gonna marry your wallet, and I'll get in there and perform in the bedroom like a circus clown. I'll bring somebody else in the relationship to solidify the marriage, but you know what? We're not in love. You see what I mean? But they think they got everybody tricked out, all these couples, everybody's bragging out all these churches, and then this is like this other pastor that's being called into the situation about allegedly with this P. Diddy. Why would you be shocked? They might be lying on him now, so we don't know the answers. But I'm just saying, come on now, his history was already out. We're gonna talk about it. Yes, and looking like stuff pamper full of boo-boo. Yes, ma'am, it's Lynn. That's what I'm talking about. Because if you look at it for what it's worth, when they call this pastor in, why is everybody, oh, not him. And I'm going to be honest with you, I have enjoyed that pastor for many years, his services and everything. But I had already knew a little bit of something about him. But I felt that what he did in his personal life is not my business, as long as he was speaking the right word. But at the same time, you can't be trying to walk that walk if you ain't standing proper. You get what I'm saying? Stuff was already said about him way back before he got married to the wife he'd been with for years. Also with his son, and and I have to say allegedly, but you can look up. See, this is what I want to tell y'all. No disrespect. Every person that's rich and famous can't get everything expunged from their records. Just like certain states and stuff that people live in, you can find out who's married and all that kind of stuff. Public knowledge. That situation that happened, and I'm gonna have to say it allegedly though. The son was caught his son, and I'm not saying that he didn't have a history with some male stuff too. I'm not saying anything about nobody's sexual preference. Please don't run in the closet screaming, bugging out in the pew. I'm gonna say it like it is, like what I know for a fact. The son had got caught trying to solicit a male prostitute, look, allegedly. And when the cops approached him, he relieved himself in front of the cop. You understand what I'm saying here? Let's come on. The son, one of his sons. The cop came over to him to tell him that, you're going to be arrested for you trying to solicit a prostitute because we've been surveillance in this area, It was a male prostitute. And when the cop came over, he played with himself in front. And I'm not trying to disrespect y'all. We're not kids here. We know what we're talking about. Anybody don't like it, slide to the left, slide to the right, close the door and keep it moving. You understand what I'm saying? You get what I'm talking about? Yes, he was disrespectful. Even if he would have got caught, just like they said Eddie Murphy allegedly was caught with a person of the same sex, just like they said with Teddy Pendergraft allegedly. But if the police officer is coming over to you and telling you, yes, that spirit is in that house, and I'm gonna go in there deep, sis, because you're talking about it, Ms. Lynn, and that's the thing that I'm saying. That situation, when that happened, just say he was trying to solicit a man, but when the cop came over to tell you what you were doing was wrong and you're going to get in trouble for it, why would you Have your private out your pants and relieve yourself like that while the cops is watching you using your hand on yourself to a police officer. And then we're going to go back to the household. Daddy was already out here. He was a rolling stone that landed in different beds way before the lifestyle that he has now. Way before that. I'm not saying people can't change because only God knows that. But what I'm saying is the father had a whole bunch of mess going on up in the house and who he was before he got married. He had these children living in a guest house, have to say allegedly. Young underage daughters living in the house, you know, when you have guests that come over. Like the people that stay in the in-law house or the pool house, unsupervised out there. 2 daughters. One kept getting pregnant and they kept getting rid of it. You heard? You heard. We're going to talk about it. That fathering into them children. He says pastors need to have souls in order, otherwise how can they? Yes, amen, and that is the truth. Yes, sports cards, yes. The devil will lead you down a path you cannot even control yourself and will shame you in front of the crowd. And see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. See, that's what happens is too. And one thing about it too with the devil, he is always marching. So if you're available, you're sucked in already. And see, and that's the thing too. Everybody keep telling these stories about these people, and they only want to tell you, just like with the sister. Yes, ma'am, Miss Lynn. Just like with the sister, and no disrespect, I'm not judging nobody. Just like the sister right now, she is a big pastor now. I mean, his daughter, his youngest daughter. She is a big pastor now, but see, they don't tell you until they use that story as a come up of how she got pregnant as a teenager. You have to say allegedly, but this is all known out here. Allegedly. And she got pregnant as a teenager, and they kept that hidden until somebody got in there and called them out. So now he uses that as part of his sermon now, and she does too. But you were hiding it. You were hiding it. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? You were hiding it. Just like that guy that she's married to. That ain't no marriage. That ain't no marriage. That is a convenience. See, folks will get together because of money or what you do for them in the bedroom. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, like at 13, yep, young, and they hid that until some folks started telling that knew the real truth. So what they tried to do is use, the Lord delivered us because my poor daughter, got herself in a bad situation, and she was underage and unmarried and young and didn't know what she was doing, and he delivered her. Okay. But why did it take, the tabloids and stuff to come out with the truth before you've added into your service, and she has too, now that she's a pastor overnight and she done married a pastor now and all this stuff like this. I don't fool with it. And I'm not judging anybody, but you don't see games people play. The wife, I don't know what her story is, but she seemed to be, and no disrespect to her, dumbed down. Even with these wives, and no disrespect, these wives are supposed to be first ladies, and they can't even get up and say hallelujah because they're not really doing what they're supposed to do. And I know that a lot of, with the Old and New Testament, women ain't supposed to preach in church. Women ain't supposed to be uncovered. We already know the difference between that. But I feel like if you're a first lady, and I'm not judging, I'm not saying nobody's supposed to do what I'm doing, but I think that if you're a first lady and your husband is the pastor, that you should be able to say a few decent words for the congregation. Or if your husband is away or he's sick, you should be able to fill in the gap for him and don't have to hire a pastor from somewhere else to run the service for you because you're worried about the money because you can't get up and say nothing. And then when you listen to certain one of these wives that just get up to preach, they're not even into it. You can tell they don't even know what they're talking about. And like I said, they'll get up and say 3 things. Like I said, if you say, well, yeah, okay, we're Adam and Eve. He told them, this is one place you don't eat from, okay? You just said that, Miss Pastor, even the pastor. And then you say, well, can I ask a question? So whatever happened to Adam after that? And don't disturb what I'm saying because you don't know. That's all you read. That's all you read. And then when your husband is not available, you can't get, yes, says the Lord, him and Jesus, right, yeah. And everybody automatically gives you clout off of whatever who you married to usually do in these services. You ain't knowing nothing, lady. And then why do you have to read everything verbatim? You don't know nothing off the top of your head, no kind of scripture? Come on now. Somebody see now can come up with something better than that. And I ain't judging no mental health or no medical problems in that kind of way like I'm making a joke. But I'm for real. She said, She knows exactly what is going on. Yep, with her husband. Yep, exactly. Dumbed down. Yes, of the lifestyle. Come on now, amen. Yes, let's get it. And see, and that's what the thing is too. Just like with them children, did you see within that family, all of that was a bunch of secrets. First of all, you letting a bunch of young daughters stay up in the guest house. And these girls was messing around with a whole bunch of boys out there. They let these kids do what they want because they didn't want to be bothered with them sons. One treated better. This is my favorite. This one look more like me. I like him more. All of that game up in the house. And then that one sister, you had got her so many abortions, look, allegedly, that when she got ready and finally found somebody to marry, to have kids, she struggled with it. There's a situation going on with the oldest daughter to where she is in battle with trying to take somebody else's child that was supposed to be a close friend of theirs, which is a young girl that you come letting stay at your house for the summers, that came out and told really what was going on. And see, this is the same old story that a lot of us hear. People got this money and they want to cover up, but this girl came out and did an interview and she explained, so-and-so had an abortion because I was going there for the summers. And yes, we were messing with a whole lot of different boys. Their pastor and them never came out to the guest house or the add-on house or the in-law house on the property. How are you letting teenagers, why do they got to live in a separate house from you and your wife? Why aren't they being supervised? These girls was out there messing around. That's when that girl there, the youngest one, because that's the favorite of the girls, she got pregnant. And what happened was it was too further along for y'all to do something about it, so you had to try to, cover it and hide it. But you didn't tell about the oldest one, how many times you done had her strapped down and drained out from different pregnancies. You see what I'm trying to say? This is a shame. And then you're trying to act like, oh, he trying to call me into something with this P. Diddy and all this, look, allegedly. Well, what are you doing? Because I'm going to say it like this. I'm going to keep it real with you now. Of course, we're not going to judge. Maybe that he really is this guy's pastor. But why would a pastor go to an active party if you're saying you don't do these things? Because I'm not telling nobody what to do. I'm not judging nobody, but I'm just saying, if you keep saying this different stuff about a pastor ain't supposed to do this, a pastor ain't supposed to do that, and just because this guy is a rapper, a drinker, a partier, I'm still his pastor, and he can come to the church. But you went to one of them jump down parties, and it wasn't just somebody saying necessary that you was in the bed with nobody, but you're sitting at the table where people, got liquor and stuff all over the place, and trays of cocaine and all that, and you act like folks ain't gonna find out and don't know that? Come on now, sir. What are you doing there? In the season of God. Yes, it is. And the thing is, this situation that we got going on here is what's needed. Because, and you ever notice too, though, even when a lot of these folks get called out, folks still be running behind them anyway. See, they know they got the sway because they got a lot of soldiers that's marching with them for the devil. So a lot of them are kind-like. So they're going to all stay in this little clique together no matter what everybody else is saying. Just like with that pastor. If you know that you didn't do anything wrong, why was you talking about you getting ready to step down? Step down from what, though? And look, here we go. Allegedly, Michael Jackson. Why did you pay off if you know you didn't do it? To keep my image. Well, people still stood by you after it looked like you did it. People still stood by you. Why did you pay off? You understand what I'm saying? And we have to say allegedly, and I don't mean to drag him up because I was a fan of his. I liked his music, his dancing, but I didn't know the man. You get what I'm saying? And that situation that occurred there is weird because why would you invite folks to come stay at your house? And you got this woman, her son, they can come stay at your house, but she's gonna sleep in the bedroom in another quarters and gonna allow her underage child to sleep in the bedroom with you. What man would request for anybody's child to sleep in the bedroom with them? What did we sell? And then meanwhile, you get some money, but your lives are messed up forever. Do you know how many children have been bothered that kind of way, that has lived a life fueled with drugs and suicide and let the devil in and all that because they had that on them from what you let happen because you tricked them out for the money? Folks keep on acting like these people, they're some kind of gods because they got money. But you got to remember, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody, just like we'll look at, just say Janet Jackson, I have to say it allegedly. What do we know? Let's be honest. What do we know? And I want to know, not just no. You get what I mean? What do you know? You know how old she is, when her birthday is, who she married, if she got kids, but do you know her spirit? Do you know the spirit of that person? Do you know the soul? Or are you looking at just the money and her performance and you think she's pretty? Or she got your breast lift or BBL? This is what you know, and this is what you're staking everything on. See, that's the whole thing. You don't know none of these famous people all the way through. Sometimes the right hand don't know what the left hand doing. They both yours and attached to your body. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? This doesn't make sense. It's crazy. And folks are doing all of this stuff, and then they want to act like people are exempt from the reality of which is actually what it is. We ain't talking about reality TV, and I keep saying this too. People are selling their stuff all on these reality shows. You didn't notice with Andy Cohen, look, allegedly Mona Scott. You guys are up for the highest bidder. Whoever want to come in here and trick, clown, and do the messiest mess on here, this is who's going to be casted in the next season. You see what I'm saying? It ain't nothing but a tryout. Just like with Fantasia, you know, I have to say allegedly, but she did what she did to the Star Search or whatever that was. I don't care if I'm saying it correct or not, because all this stuff is getting on my nerves. You got discovered. You got discovered, and then you keep saying Christians and stuff. I made a mistake when I was young and I had a baby, but I done found. But look what y'all wearing in church, though. And I'm not judging nobody, because God says you come as you are. But you know it's not like that. I'm not gonna go to no church with no bright red lipstick on, a bra top, and some Daisy damn Dukes. Come on now. Come on now, that's not what he's saying. Stop taking his words and twisting them around. Just like when they say spare the rod, spoil a child. That don't mean when you get a child, you whip them with stingy cords and all that. That don't even mean that. Stop making it a man's world when this is God's world. This is the problem with all of this stuff right here. Everybody's going to hell in the handbasket with all this crazy propaganda, acting a fool, clowning around. It's going down. And the thing is, one thing about these folks, and two things for sure, even when stuff is exposed to them, if they like it, they're going back to it. You know, it's like addiction, a drug. It don't matter what you say about these people. And I tell you, just like, you know, no disrespect, they talk about, and I have to say allegedly, that one of our famous rapper females, they were saying about her husband had went to jail for, you know, they call him a pedophile. And she done got with the guy and married him and had a child. And everybody's still supporting them. They talk crap about it, but everybody's still supporting it like nothing ever happened. They just all going along with it. That's because of what they believe in. What they believe in. And that's what's happening now. People are looking at the money. Some people will marry you, yes. You know what I'm talking about, Lynn. Yes. People are looking at it just for the money and the come up. But just be honest though, what do you get when you're in a situation like this? What do you get from supporting somebody that it was proven? Just like with her, with our, he says, autocorrect is not my friend today. It happens, child, and me too. I be talking on the mic, and sometimes it be messing up so bad that by the time I get ready to type something back, the person done ended their live, or I had to stop because I had to do something. I know how it is, Miss Lynn. But this is what I keep saying. Folks are not paying attention, and this stuff with, you know, this is what I want to say too. You look at the difference of what type of churches. People will pick a church based on what they got up in there. They don't even care if God is not even in there. They don't even care if the church is not anointed. Long as it look like people got money up in there. Y'all seen them cars up in the parking lot. The damn pastor's shoes is $3,000 alone. You know what I'm talking about? And the damn, too. Talking about, you know, pastor in churches. This is why I said you got to know God for yourself. And, you know, and I had a woman. Well, actually, it's so weird, too, because I was in Walmart a few times. This happened to me twice in Walmart in the same spot. And this was years ago in the States. One woman that asked me about church, right? She was already there. This was the first time it happened. The lady was already there, and when I came over, and she said, I don't know if the deli's open because it looked like ain't nobody there. So, you know, I said, wow. I said, well, let me get on here. And I said, bless you, have a good one. And she said, oh, you a believer? And I said, yeah. So she started talking, you know, about God and stuff, and we were having a good conversation, you know, for about maybe a minute. Then all of a sudden, she started saying, you know, and I said, no, she was saying something, yeah, because, yeah, God is good. I said, yep, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. And the first thing she said, oh, we don't do none of that. My pastor, we ain't getting into all that. No Holy Spirit and all that 3 and 4 parts. Honey, I was like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Why not? She said to each his own, but I just spend the 15 for a pair of shoes, even if I had wealth like that. I could not do it. Yeah, I don't understand because I feel the same way, Miss Lynn. There's a lot of opportunities with different stuff, and I always bid low. Even with me, when I go in the store and I know I got money to buy exactly what I want, taxes, all that covered, I'll go to the clearance rack. I remember when I start paying attention more to that kind of stuff too. She says, I always try to find a deal. Me too, when I'm shopping. I tell you, I remember a time that I had went in and they had cans of tomato sauce, and the cans of tomato sauce was like 35 cents. And as I, strolled through the store, I seen the area where they had a bunch of the same cans of tomato sauce, the same expiration date and everything, and they were going for 10 cents because they had dents in them. And I put all of the ones back and got all the 10-cent ones. And I realized anytime I go in the store, sometime before I go and directly get what I want, I always like to go to the clearance rack. I don't care what store it is. I don't care if it's a furniture store, a basement bottom. I don't care. I am looking to save money because that way it makes more sense. And then also you can help somebody else out with that extra that you didn't spend. Listen, I just got tops from Temu for 1 penny each. See, that's what I'm talking about. You better shop around. I know that's right, because that's how I am too. Because and that's another thing too that I realized too. I don't know if I would be comfortable with being like famous and stuff, because I don't like that much attention. I don't like to be restricted and hidden and afraid and gotta have guards and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of people say, oh yeah, you saying that because you ain't got. No, it ain't that. It's just how I feel personally. I'm good. Anybody could do a little bit better, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. Money can't buy everything. I just got my Temu bag yesterday. Oh, yeah, Temu was off the chain. Temu got everybody wrapped around their fingers. I know that's right. He said, yep, I'm always buying a discount. Yep, and sells, and I don't. A couple of other things for $1. That's what I'm doing. That's when I go to Temu, because Temu be playing games on that site, y'all. I don't know if you noticed when you when you be trying to get stuff from Temu. Temu will have it in one place for $2, and then you'll look and see it somewhere else for 50 cents, the same exact thing. Yeah, I know that's right. Sports cars, that's how I am. I always shop around, and I'm gonna hip you guys some new sauces that are standing up to like Chick-fil-A and all their sauces, honey. The name brand, y'all. I got something for y'all. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do a little shorts on it, honey. I'm gonna tell you something. It's bussin'. Yes, ma'am. You know how it is. That's exactly what it is. Save some. Save some, and I tell you what, you'll be able to help somebody else out, or you'll have something to fall back on. You know what I mean? Goodwill, Salvation Army. Oh, honey, listen. I'm gonna tell you, them is my spots. I donate and I shop, Miss Pre-Retirement. I donate and I shop, and I promise you, there ain't no shame in the game. You gotta crawl before you walk, and I think a lot of people are misunderstanding what's going on out here in the world, to where they seem to be more worried about me, I, and more, and don't realize less is more. And what I learned too a long time ago is that a lot of folks that live a certain kind of way, that are very independent, have been mistaken for being poor because they knew how to shop and live. You get what I'm saying? And I mean that. A lot of people, even when I was coming up, like for me having mixed family, different races, different lifestyles and stuff, I remember when I was younger, and I'll say with this part of some family, down south, Georgia, when they bought a house, and even in parts of Jamaica too, when you buy a house, you own the whole everything. You don't pay no taxes, none of that. When you buy a house, you own the whole of it, right? And back then, whenever you have a death in your family, you are responsible for the burial of that family. It wasn't paying the funeral man, paying for the lot and all that kind of stuff. You didn't run to the store other than to get certain things because you lived off the land. I know how to dig out an outhouse. You understand what I'm saying? Old school, crawling before you walk. You raise up a cow, and you know how to break it down for feed. You grow your own rice, potatoes, everything's natural. That's why so many people now are living to be 90 and 100 something years old, and young ones are dying sooner. And I'm not saying this in a negative way, but let's pay attention to it. You know what I mean? She says, I will be right back. I have to run outside. Oh, it's all good. Take your time. Pre-retirement. There's so many. There won't come around. Oh, I know that's right, honey. I know one of my guys here just had a bear in their backyard. Oh boy, that was scary. Yeah, she better be safe, but I think she hit to it. She know what's up. But yeah, and if you look at it back in the days, even back when they had times of Great Depression, them folks was cooking some food that was solid, that was healthy, and that tasted just as good as something that you would go and run up in Red Lobster for. But people are so caught up on the image and the showboat and the brag and be happy to just be throwing money around because they're trying to prove something and showing off. And a lot of that stuff people don't realize, because I know with us, I remember, and people don't be listening to me when I be talking, but I remember, and I'm going to go back deep, there was no lanterns. Anything that you had to do had to be done by the grace of the day in the light. There was no lanterns. You understand what I'm saying? Once it was done, it was done. It wasn't a scrub board yet. And this is when I was wee bitty. There wasn't no scrub board yet. People was washing clothes by hand by the river. Then at some point they started getting lanterns, wood burning stoves. Folks made it happen. Do you know how much closer families were? Less is more. People were more connected than ever when they had less. Even nowadays, the kids are packed up in the house, all up on these computer and these devices. We used to be we call it out the door kids, where we was outside playing. And when you wanted to get extra money, of course some families provided allowance, but if you want to get extra money, you get you a paper route. You do some shoveling if you live in the States. You do some stuff where you clean somebody's yard out. People were really out here, and the kids and folks was a lot healthier when you go back to the years. I keep telling people some of the best pork, chicken, and beef that I've had, and cheese, is that pork that's in the can. Y'all remember that? It would be in the can, a silver big old can with a lot of meat in it. One would have one would have a cow on it, one would have a pig on it, and one would have a chicken, and it was a black printed, a cow, a pig. That was some of the best canned meat that I've ever had. And that log of cheese, oh my goodness, ain't nobody never, we got all this Gouda and all that, yeah. But that cheese and that food from back in the day, ain't nothing like it. Ain't nothing like it. And I keep saying, look how different things were. Do you know, for me, let me see what she's saying. My mother likes clothes outside. Yes. Like clothes. Yep, with lead on rocks. Yes, rock, yep. And the sun was the bleach. Amen. Listen, honey. Tell me, Sister Lynn. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? That was some good, that pork made some good old pulled pork. All of that meat in the can was the bomb.com. I'm telling you, this is what I keep trying to tell folks. Some of this new stuff ain't better. It may be good, but it ain't better. And like I said before, I've been looking around at a lot of the seniors, older people that's in their 80s and 90s. Look how much longer they're living than a lot of the young folks that's younger than them, because they're Tonka built. You know what I mean? It's not like a cheap toy from, I'm not trying to judge Dollar Tree, but I'm just saying, you know how they got the little toys in there that kind of fall apart kind of quick. Folks from back in the days was Tonka built strong. That's because they made their own. They made their own. You may have had one pair of shoes, but they were a good pair of shoes. And them shoes probably cost the much as you done spent money on for 4 or 5 pair, and they will last you. You know what I mean? I remember my, mother and them telling me when they were younger, the teachers used to be able to discipline you physically in school. I'm not saying that was good, but I'm just going back to how times was. But I know that it was difference of us being, if whether we were in an island or if we went down south and then coming back to what we call like the United States and America, it was different because when you came here, you had a washing machine, you had a dryer, you had a stove. When you go there, they didn't have none of that. Even in yard, the family's bathroom, if they had one, was outside. Sometimes the water didn't run for 3 and 4 days. What do you say, crazy? Brands and advertisements messes with our mind. Oh, yes, it does. That propaganda, sports cards, that propaganda, and that's exactly what it is. It's up for sale to the highest bidder. And that's the whole thing with everybody. And you know, I started looking at a lot of stuff that I've been doing. I gotta get straight. You could pass down things to your grandkids because they were so well, yes, so well made. And then, like I said, the same thing with these folks that's older that came from all of that fresh eating and stuff, running the farm, you know, raising their own cattle, growing all of their own green beans and collard greens and spinach right out there themselves. All of this stuff used to be, you would be like kind of the only house on the street. You didn't have neighbors but from miles down the road. You may go into town very suddenly to get something. And a lot of times folks like that weren't necessarily poor, but they were humble and independent. Those are two different things. And like I said before, less is more in a lot of cases. What did you say? In the tub and hang out around. Honey, I still do some things by hand, so I know exactly what you mean, Betty. I know exactly what you mean. I still do the same thing myself. I've always done certain things like that, like my personal, you know, stuff that I wear, you know, like you're being a female, you know, underwears and stuff like that. You know, there's so many different things that I have done with that as a female, you know, and I don't want to talk disrespectful because I know we got a man in the live here and I'm, you know, just keeping it real, but I have always certain things like that washed myself. Yes, and neighbors. Yes, things and food. Yes, yes. And you know, and I was saying this too. If you had a neighbor too, Miss Lynn, if you had a neighbor and you know, they took sick, your family would go down there and bring them a casserole. Your brother or father, one of us would go and take their trash out. Somebody would go down there and mow the lawn. If you leave out of town, you could trust your keys with your neighbor for them to go down there and check on your house the right way and see if everything is all right, honey. These days now, you let your neighbor know you in the hospital. Honey, they've been out broke in your house. Folks ain't this ain't it, you know. And see, the thing is, people don't understand the difference between the devil and the demons because they are one of a kind, but there's a difference. There's a difference. Just in the summer, I would hang out clothes and put laundry soap in holes attached. Them and then 6 years worth. Yes, amen, pre-retirement, amen. I know that's right. See, you know what time it is, because see, you can survive. You can survive without all of this stuff. You can survive, and see, that's how I feel with me, because I use modern technology, but I'm not, you know, I'm not to where that if something happened that I wouldn't be able to make it. You understand? I can make a potato 5, 6 different ways, and it'll taste different. You know what I'm saying? I don't. Later on. That's right, and that's how it was with when my I don't even know how old we were, but with one of my families, I have to step out. Okay, go ahead and do your thing, sis. I appreciate you coming. God bless you, and thank you so much for your time. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. But yeah, those days, honey. Let me tell you, less is more. And you ever notice too that a lot of your clothes come out a lot cleaner by hand than they did with the washing machine? I'm for real on that one. You know, and I remember too with my family, you know, different times, because at some point we had to start school, so we would only go certain places in the summertime and sometimes during the year. And I remember when they finally got a washing machine, and this was the family that, you know, with the outhouse, and this is 2 different places because this is, you know, Georgia and then in the island. She said, yes, that is for sure, yes. And when they finally got a washing machine, it was one of them washing machines that, you know, you had to use once you wash the clothes. You have to. It looked like 2 rolling pins. You would have to crank that to squeeze out as much water as possible because they didn't have no dryer, and still put the clothes on the line. But it was a start moving towards more modern technology. You know what I mean? And less laboring. But those times were good old times, though. People were solid and strong. It wasn't as many sicknesses and problems like we have today, and nobody was beat and broke down. They were accustomed to living and working hard, even just around the house, to maintain the garden. And washing clothes by hand and cleaning and using scrub brushes. It was different. But we were mighty, and we had more because the values that we had in our life was different than what we have now. There's a big difference of how we do things now. That if we slow down a little bit, there's nothing wrong with modern technology, but slow down. So I was given a washing machine from a very kind friend. Japsy, that's how you do it. You make your start. Because I remember when I remember when I got my first washer and dryer from somebody, and it was different because I was going to the laundromat, and mind you, I had family that had washers and dryers, but I was on my own and starting my own life. You know what I mean? And I remember even boiling clothes on the stove, y'all. I'm gonna be real with you because I knew those techniques from back in the day. Even if I didn't live where you would consider like the South, or people didn't have too much, I still had experience on, if you don't have a washing machine, how many different clothes that I can wash by hand, and then I don't have to spend so much money at the laundromat when I went. And I would wash the clothes at the laundromat, but I bring them home and still put them on the line to save a little bit of coin from not using the dryer. Survival, and enjoyed it. Some of it may seem hard, but listen, I was accustomed to it. Still going. See, that's what, let me tell you, honey, I'm gonna tell you, when you buy, and I keep trying to tell folks, anytime you buy a washing machine, a dryer, a refrigerator, a living room set, a car, those are investments. When you get that solid, like all that Maytag, people ignore it. Honey, you got something. Yes, I love those racks. I can't find one anymore. Every time I look, they're making all them old plastic ones. That good old one, and it may get knocked down a few times, and you can put it, just lift it up, and it. I remember, yes, and that was one of my favorites, and I still wish I had that. Because the new ones that they're making now is not as solid and as good as that. Yes, I figured that right. Been in pre-retirement. Yes, that Maytag. That's what I'm trying to tell folks. That is Tonka built machines and stuff, and it lasts, and it works, and it's just as good as anything new that somebody's pressing buttons and the machine talking back to you. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not judging it because I don't want people to misunderstand in the background. But reality is being able to survive with less is more. She said, I got the rack at Goodwill. Honey, that's why I go to a lot of them type of stores like that, is looking for some good old stuff, because I got me, honey, let me tell you, I always love to keep me cast iron skillet. That was always a good, yes, gold standard for wash. Yes, sir. Definitely. Yes, sir, sports cards. Definitely. And I promise you, there's a lot of names that people snooze on. And I don't know if you guys, and I'm not trying to get too all like we don't care about modern technology, because I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't know if you guys remember how much longer one of them old, and we call them the old bubble back TVs. Y'all know them TVs where old school TVs. She says the friend that gave it to me also. Appliance service person. All right now. A twofer, girl. Go ahead. I know that's right. Pre-retirement. But I remember those good solid TVs like that, them bubble backs. That's what we call them. Those TVs lasted longer than these new flat screen TVs. One little wrong bump to one of these flat screen TVs, and even the computers with the bubble back, them things, the pixels gone. Them TVs, you can bump into it, bug out, and it'll still be fine. And do y'all remember the old school, what we used to call it? It was a whole system with the TV. Like you would have, let me get it right. It'd be in the wooden, in that good old solid wood. It'd be the TV with speakers on the side, and then on top of it, it was a component set where you can play your 8 tracks and your 45s. So new technology is designed to break down over time, so you gotta buy. Yeah, it's about the money. Yes, sports car, and they set it up for failure. So that you can keep coming back. And that's the whole thing that we got. It's a problem out here in the world. Yes. All in one. Yes, ma'am. You remember that. And I remember back in the days, my mother, from the American family, they used to play all that, like Al Green and all, y'all know the good old school music. Yeah, the big box TVs. Yes. Back in the day, yes. Those TVs, I promise you, Those TVs used to last long, and I promise you too, a lot of our old VCRs lasted a lot longer than some of these new DVD players. And I'm not knocking any type of modern technology, guys. I promise you. I don't mean, and I know y'all know where I'm coming from. I don't mean it like that, but I'm telling you, a lot of the stuff that we had, they don't make it like that no more. Because the world has changed and everybody's money hungry, so they deliberately make devices that are made to tear up very easily, so they can keep you keep coming back. Cause all that good old solid stuff, excuse me, all that good old solid stuff ain't what it used to be. You know what I mean? So I'm looking at it like, wow, they set us up for failure. Because, you know, when you get something, you don't want to have to keep buying it. Every time you turn around, even with these refrigerators and stuff, they're not like how they used to be. It's just all crazy now. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That's why I said we got to know what we're doing. And even if you want to buy certain things that you used to get from back in the days, you can't really, because they don't sell the product, or if they got it, it's messed up. It don't hold up. You ever notice too that there's a lot, like I'm gonna say this to you guys, and I don't know if y'all felt this or not, and I'm not trying to put no words in nobody's mouth, but I used to love me some Wonder Bread, and that bread don't taste right no more. The ingredients, something happened, y'all. Something happened. There's a lot of good stuff that they changed. We have always over our things. Yes, and that's exactly what the problem is, y'all. And even me right now, you guys, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I promise you, I'm not bragging, and I can prove it to you, y'all. Let me tell you what happened. We have single and the DVD and VCR combos, right? But we've had so many in the house that I was gonna donate them to Salvation Army, and the Salvation Army said that they don't take that kind of electrical stuff no more, right? So I brought it back home, and a family member of mine said, let me see what they got on eBay. And when they went on eBay, do you know that what we have here? It was starting at $650 for the type of stuff that we got here. So that was a blessing, because we can sell it. Or, you know, we got some that we're going to keep permanently, but we can sell it. And they didn't even want to take it for free. You hear me? I know that was a blessing for a reason. But they said they didn't, that Pacific one said they didn't take it. And I think that was a blessing for us to be able to keep and have. You know what I mean? And we ended up finding out that they're selling them. Yes, yeah, you see what I mean? I promise you, I looked it up. I can put even, you know, not that you guys care about all that, but I can honestly show you the DVD and VCR combos that I got here, and then show you how much it is. You know, I can do a video and show you how much it is on eBay, how much they selling them for, I promise you. And they said, no, we don't take them no more. And guess what happened? The next time I went back, because there's some guys, when you go and drop off a lot of stuff, there was guys that are that come out and take your bags in when you're donating a lot of stuff. And when I seen the guy again, I ran into one of the guys that worked there in the store, you know, some weeks after. And I said, you know what, I am so glad that you guys, I said, no, I said, do you remember me? And he said, yeah. I said, I'm so glad that you guys, you know, and I was trying to say, you know, you guys didn't take the VCR. Oh, no, before I could finish, no, we don't take. I said, no, but I wanted to tell you, those things are worth $650 and up. He said, what? I wish I would have took it from you for free. You still got them? Nope. It was so funny. It was so funny because, see, people don't pay attention to them gems. People don't pay attention to them gems. And I didn't know either. We were donating it for a good cause. We have several left here. And I had no idea. And I promise you, a lot of times when I be going in them stores like that, you know, of course in the States, because they don't have it like that in the island, them type of places, you know. But when I go in them stores and I be seeing some kind of old 8-track or some old Maytag, something, honey, you better jump on it. It'll probably work better than the refrigerator you got that can talk to you. Gems are all, yes, all around us. Diamond in the rough. That's why I keep telling folks, honey, listen, don't judge it. I'm telling you, because you never know. And even with me, I got an older model VCR and DVD player that I keep hooked up to my TV on a regular basis. because it works. I still got some of it because they don't sell half of that stuff no more. You can find a whole bunch of VCR tapes and stuff like in Salvation Army and those kind of stores, or maybe a garage sale, but they don't really sell the VCRs no more at all. And you know how you had the tapes that you got to put in. You drop a little bit of that liquid in, and you put it in, and that cleans your VCR out for you. I still got some of those brand new. So I use mine. I got a lot of old movies like the Ten Commandments. And that's another thing people snooze on, them good legendary movies. Just like with me, I promise you, I have seen so many different Cinderella movies, the Wizard of Oz and all of that kind of stuff. I'll just use the Wizard of Oz for example. I love the Wizard of Oz, the actual original one. I know Brandy did it over with Whitney Houston, and there's different versions, but there's nothing like that. And I forgot the name of the star that played in Dorothy way back then. I don't know if she's still alive now, but that Wizard of Oz, I loved it. The witch with that ugly green paint on her face back in the day. I never put no Wizard of Oz over them good old ones. And a lot of stuff they have made new again, but it's not as good as the old. You know what I mean? A lot of that stuff from back in the days is priceless. And I loved it. I forgot what her name is, but I know with her in showbiz, the one that played Dorothy, she had a hard life too when she was, apart. They said there was a lot of bad things happened to them ones when they were trying to make the Wizard of Oz. But this was the old back in the days. And I remember they said too about with the ruby slippers that actual first legitimate Wizard of Oz, which says I had. Down an old building and the floor was worth so much money paid for a new church. Oh, that was God's anointing on that, honey. You see what I mean about stuff that people overlook because they're worried about so much of the new stuff, which is nothing wrong with what you want to do, but sometimes give it something. It's like I got this old table, this old end table from back in the days, and you can tell the way it's made that it's from back in the days, and I won't replace it with nothing. I love it. I love it. Old school with that thick glass and them funny shaped legs. And a lot of people may look, oh, what's that old stuff, honey? Believe me, this is a gem. And this is stuff that's been made from back in the days too, with that good old solid oak wood. Not plywood, good solid oak wood. And that right there, that was a blessing, especially too to be something for a church. That's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. See, that's the stuff that I'm talking about. See, I'm from that life. I believe and I love on that kind of stuff like that. I think that stuff is totally awesome. I think we need it and we deserve it. And we need to pay attention to look at stuff because I think a lot of times too what people are not doing with the kids, they're not teaching the kids about back in the days and old school stuff. So the young new generation, they don't know anything unless you teach them. See, that's one thing about kids. Folks get so caught up into trying to be in the Joneses with the rest of the world that they forget that there's a lot of stuff from back in the days that you could teach your kids or grandkids now and they will be more resourceful. Just like right now, if you got like a lot of these young folks, you tell them we ain't got no washing machine, you can't go no laundromat, they'll have a fit. Yeah, kids don't know. And the reason why they don't know because of the parents. It's all the parents' fault. There's all the parents' fault because you raise them up like that. How do they know to have certain things if you didn't bring that in the house? Because when you have when you have kids come with a clean slate, a book full of blank pages, and you fill in what life is going to be if you want them to believe in God, please, thank you, morals and values. You are the one that trained them. So if you allow that to go down like that, that's what they're going to know. That's why folks need to show the kids, especially when you're a grandparent, even if your child, is the parents of that kid, when they come around grandma or great grandma, show them something different than what mama and them doing in the house so they can be able to handle this stuff. Because a lot of times these kids don't know it because ain't nobody taught them. There's nothing wrong with kids having new modern technology stuff, but the old school stuff is valid and good too. Because I feel that you can teach kids a lot of stuff, even if their parents is not doing it. And like I said before, like me coming from, mixed, we were able to learn different stuff because you can come in the United States and learn one thing and do something one way. But when you go, to the islands or deep down south, they're not doing all that there. They don't even have no TVs in the house. So SpongeBob and who? Peppa Pig and where? Ain't nobody worried about no TV here. You know what I mean? This is life. This is reality. We enjoying ourselves. Nobody don't care about none of that. And I promise you, that is the truth. But see, if you bring them up like that, that's all they're gonna know. But if you try to teach them some old ways, because I promise you, a lot of the stuff that people are snoozing on is going to get you a long way better than a lot of this stuff. Even to show a child how to wash a couple of things by hand. I don't care how many washers and dryer, or if they're rich and they got money. That's not the point. The point is it's about survival. You know, it's all about survival. That's the point that I'm trying to make, because a lot of folks are stuck on, you know, everything being so easy and simple for you that, you know, when you get into a real challenge, you ain't gonna be able to handle yourself because you're so caught up in everything fast moving, and then you realize you can't make it. You know, and I keep telling folks, it's up to you. So if you have some of them that don't know, that falls on you. You're teaching as a parent, and then some. Ooh, sorry about that. I had to check on something here. Your teaching as a parent is going to play a big role in what your kids do and learn. You know what I mean? Around a lot of young folks and kids and stuff too, but a lot of them, especially if they have parents that's furnishing them certain kind of things, a lot of them don't want to listen to hear what you got to say or be taught or shown anything. So you know that's something right there too. It's serious business, but it's up to folks. If not, you just stay with the new and miss out on all that old good stuff. I promise you, it ain't no joke, y'all. That stuff right there is definitely something that we all need to show. I don't care if it's a little something, because it's kind of hard too when you have kids, and you know, or if you're a grandparent, but your actual kids, you know, you're the mother of your grandkids as parents, and they raising them a certain kind of way. It's like you got to slide in there and teach them a little something on a sneak tip, because they won't listen to you. She said TV was different too. It really taught you stuff. Yeah, now it's teaching you the negative. You can learn how to make a bomb by watching, you know, Adora. You know, look, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff is not as innocent and fun as it used to be. It's not giving you the solid foundation. It's having you act the fool out here. Okay, and all kinds of different lifestyles of, you know, not carrying yourself with respect and not mentioning God nowhere. It's not like it used to be. Because when I was coming up, all of the shows, honestly, I can say that I watched were all educational, and I learned something positive from it. And you know, we weren't allowed to spend a lot of time with all that either. We got stuff scheduled. You may be able to watch it for an hour. You can play your game for an hour. You get what I'm saying? Other than that, you need to get outside and play. Do your chores, clean your room, you know, really deep into it. And we didn't mind it because that's what we was introduced to, and it was good. It was good to know. It was good to know. That's why I said, please, folks, if you have it in you, give it back. Give some of it back. You won't regret it, because I'm going to tell you something. I know a lot of families, and I'm not judging nobody or anything like that, but I know a lot of families that, you know, just say, for instance, parents may have passed away. Some family members done went to jail. Some family members done lost custody of their kids and stuff, and they've been raised by their grandmothers, and some grandmothers and grandfathers is old school. So when you stayed with them, you didn't get a chance to be with all that as they call that, silly stuff. They raising you the same way they was brought up. So the most you get a glimpse at is being at a friend's house or maybe somewhere at school. They didn't play that. They was grounding you with the old school, old learning. And it was all good though. She says, we did not have video games as kids, so you actually played outside. And see, with me, we played outside, but they did have video games when I was coming up. But the thing is, all of us didn't have it, and all of us couldn't do what we wanted on it either. You know what I mean? Now, when I was a little girl, I'm going back, I don't even know. Sheesh, I don't even know. Little 3, 4, and all that. There wasn't a lot of that going on. But as I started getting a little bit bigger, you know, they had games and stuff. But I know that we weren't allowed to do anything we want with it. You know what I mean? We had time limits to everything. We had values. We knew how to clean up our rooms the proper kind of way. We knew how to go in there and vacuum right. The way this is going now, this is like, folks is just letting these kids just grow up, dress any kind of way, talk to you any kind of way, live any kind of way. And this is why this new generation, a lot of them, and I'm not saying everybody, is going quicker than older people. Yeah, and you were proud of it, and it was not a problem because it was a lifestyle and you lived it and it was good. That's the whole thing. People act like, oh, they was all stressed out, all broke down. No, that's not true. No, it's not. That was not true. Definitely not true. That wasn't what it was. There was no stress and no strain. This was like the good times roll. Do you know how much fun that we had connecting as family? And this is when I was a child. I'm talking about a little girl. We would all sit around and people really would spend time together. You actually had somebody that had story time. And this wasn't story time just because I know a lot of people still do bedtime stories for their little kids and stuff. But I'm talking about the grown folks. You'll have somebody to sit there in the room with kids and grown people and read the Bible to you and read actual stories and talk about it, and it was just as good as if you had a TV or you went to the movie theater somewhere. Families sat down and paid attention to each other. They didn't take anything for granted. You actually had kids that would really clean their plate. You know what I mean? You didn't have to threaten them to eat no carrots and stuff. They liked the carrots. The food was gooder. Folks paid attention. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying, I don't want anybody to ever think that I'm not living with modern technology and all these things. I'm just saying it was good then too. And a lot of it's not better now. Some things are better, yeah, but no. It was still good back then. And like I said before, people mistake being independent and knowing your value and worth for being poor. In a lot of cases, that had nothing to do with being poor. It's just a lifestyle that was, lived a different kind of way, and it was modest. People were independent, and they were proud, and they earned their keep. You know what I mean? And, all this flyby stuff. Even I know now, a lot of folks that have, grandkids, and they don't like the way their son or daughter is raising the grandkids because they're too of the world, you know what I mean? Of the stuff, that like you some people tell, well, I didn't raise you like that, so you shouldn't let your kids, but see, you can't really tell folks what to do. Y'all know how that go with their kids. You can see if your grandkids come to your house, they got all of these cell phones, 3 years old with an iPhone, you know what I mean? And you're saying, come on, play patty cake with grandma. And I'm watching the Dora, I'm playing on my phone. They, this is gone. This thing here is a mess. And you be wanting them to instill some of them old school values. But a lot of times, folks is, doing what they want to do and they don't want to hear it. And see, people want to pass down stuff that they want to pass down. Like you say, oh, well, this is my grandmother's recipe. We need more than the recipe. It has changed. It's too much. It's too much. And you know how it be, oh, well, what's this? Oh, my grandmother used to make the potato salad. This is her recipe. Well, what about washing a pair of underwear or your bra out by hand in the sink instead of running there and washing two things in the washing machine and then putting it in the dryer and using all that electricity and washing powder? What about that? They don't want to use none of that stuff because they're too good for it. They're too high up for it. And that's where all of it's going down. Because folks is living too quick, fast, wild, and free. And everything is going by so quick and fast that they don't even seem to be able to stop to catch a breath of air. You ever notice everywhere you go when you're in public, if you probably notice it already, whoever's still in the live, but I always look at how many people that I'm in the room with or wherever I'm at, and how many of them is buried into their cell phones. You know what I mean? Buried in their cell phones. I remember like different places I used to go and folks would be more into having some kind of conversation. You can go to a park and everybody's in their cell phone. You can even be at a game and I promise you half of the people may be watching a game that they paid for, the tickets, bought the game. baseball, football team, basketball team, and they done paid a lot of money to get the tickets, and they're into their phone. I done seen people pay money to go to a concert, and they're into their phone. I mean, some of them like to videotape the conference. I mean, the concert, and a lot of them are in their phone texting us stuff. We're not paying attention to the living. We're just doing and just moving. She says, yeah, nobody sees anything anymore. They are looking at their phone. Yeah, bad. And it's not even, and they keep on saying, oh, it's the new people and all that. No, I'm seeing the old folks. And I remember seeing a woman here, and I happened to hear how old she was because she was with a friend talking. And she said, yeah, I just hit my 79th birthday. And when she was sitting there before her friend came, she was glued into her cell phone too at that age. I didn't know how old she was at first though, but I'm just saying she was glued to her phone too. That's why I said, and a lot of folks too that know they come from old school and they know better about a lot of things, they're trying to be young, acting with a few things that they need to let go. Some of the stuff that wasn't happening back in your time and you don't need it now. Especially with a lot of folks here, the clothes and things that is going on out here, we need to chill it out a little bit. Women, you don't leave nothing up to the imagination. You wearing clothes that show everything you got because everything is so tight. Cleavage. I couldn't have all that stuff. No, I couldn't have it on wearing the thong or no underwear at all. I mean, damn. What's happening? Don't make no sense. It's out of control, and every and there's so many women that I'm looking at right now, and no disrespect to anybody, I'm just talking. A lot of folks act like they don't, they act their shoe size instead of their age. Everybody wants to have big boobs, a big butt, sexy, the lipsticks, the makeup, the everything is just worried about what you look like instead of getting your spirit and your soul right with God and do what you're supposed to do. People want to be out here, 47 trying to look 12, and I never would dress like that at 12, and even when they was 12, some of the clothes ain't appropriate. They don't even really got bathing suits no more. It's just a bunch of strings. I mean, this thing has gone crazy out here. And I know I'm talking a lot too, Miss Pre-Retirement. I don't want to keep you too long because I know that, I'm not signing off or nothing, but I know you go to bed at a certain time. She says all about self in the Bible. Yep, the end times. And you know what? They're making sure that we know that it's the end time because their behavior is kicked all the way up. And they are celebrating it. You understand what I'm saying? Instead of falling back and getting in line and straightening out, they're doing it. They are. They're definitely doing it. Hey, Judy, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you stopping in. Me and Pre-Retirement is chatting it up here about the old school and the old ways. Yeah, I know that's right. Thank you for coming, Judy. I said hi to you earlier over at Sydney's, but I don't know if you even seen me or did you end up leaving. I hope you're doing well, and I appreciate you stopping by. Blessings to you, my dear. Thank you so much for stopping in. And she said, I just got out of the shower. I know that's right, honey. I know ain't nothing wrong with that, honey. Get it cleaned up, huh? And relax and chill. I'm glad you stopped by. She said, I just got out the shower. That sounds good. Boy, does that sound good. Feel nice. You know how good we feel after we done had a shower over a nice soak in the tub? She said, I saw you, so I thought I'd stop by. Thank you for stopping by, beautiful Judy. I appreciate it. Oh, it's all good. Busy with the little one. You know how that is, though, Judy. We do what we can. And, folks can't expect you to come to every live, every video that they do, because we live in this thing called life, and everybody is busy. You know what I mean? So anytime somebody can stop by and say hi, even if it's for just a few minutes, that's what it is. We have to understand that. And I know a lot of people out here on YouTube are trying to get their watch hours, so they would like folks to stay longer than that. But sometimes people can't. So we just have to be grateful, right? That's all. And it's all good. It's all with good intentions, love, care, and appreciation and respect. You know what I mean? And that's all we can do is do our best and treat people well. That's all, that's all we can do. And I appreciate anybody. I don't care if a person can even pop in for a minute or if I haven't seen them for weeks or a couple of months. I understand. Because we all got other things that we're doing besides living a lifestyle online. You know what I mean? And even with me, that's why a lot of times when people come to the lives, I'm not in the live because I work. I got a whole family here. I got to wash dishes and things of that. She said that more after supper last night. Oh, you did? Yeah, pre-retirement said that she been out there getting some yard work done too. As a matter of fact, a few people are getting their yards together. And it's that season now to get it going, huh? See, when we in the islands, we don't have a lot of there is no snow whenever we're in the islands. But yeah, it's time to get it together. I know that's right. Getting that yard mowed up, honey. It's laboring, but honey, it has to be done, huh? Because you look at what the snow, if you had snow wherever you at, if it snows there, what the snow has left behind, huh? Got to get it all cleaned up and looking pretty again. I know that's right. She says I stopped by the last couple of mornings, but when the little ones came. Oh yeah, I know. And I remember you had one morning that some little ones was running late. And I promise you, Judy, you are very, very much appreciated. And even if you can't stop by and you're somewhere else, there's nothing wrong with that. I promise you, I just appreciate your friendship, and I really thank you for being able to come over and shine some light on me in this little hangout spot that I got here on YT. I appreciate it, and I understand everything 100%. You gotta, do the best you can. And then also, there's so many other people that that we all are supporting on YT. And I tell you, I keep telling folks, the bigger your channel get, even though I don't have a channel, but the bigger you get, the harder it's gonna be because you want to love on everybody, and it's hard. She says, I'm going Saturday to get tomato plants to plant, and then a few hanging. Oh, that's nice. It's that time. I got one of my YouTubers that's been out getting her flowers and stuff, and another one that's been getting her garden together. As a matter of fact, she had started her, I think because people are living in different states, but she had yielded her first cucumber. So all that stuff is fun. See, that's what makes the seasons so much fun, because there's different things that's staple. Even though I know a lot of folks, in the States have snow and winter and stuff like that, but there's a lot of fun to enjoy in every season, I think. You know what I mean? And that gardening and that type of stuff is fun, because I like all that stuff with gardening and flowers and plants and stuff like that. So that sounds like that's going to be fun. And it is awesome, too, when you grow your own food and you're able to eat it and know you've grown it from, a little plant or from some seeds. That's awesome. I am glad you're able to get your yard going. It sounds good. It sounds like a plan. When it gets like that outside, do you bring the little ones out to play in the yard and stuff? It sounds like you're running an awesome daycare. She said her tomato plants. Yes, so many folks is getting them gardens going, y'all. They is doing the do. I know that's right. Getting it how you live and enjoying it too, because all that stuff is fun to me. Gardening and doing things. I am so glad that you're doing that. And like I said, pre-retirement, she was just speaking about getting her yard and stuff done as well too. Oh yeah, she's doing something. No, it wasn't her, but I just seen her, and she's the Black Widow's doing her yard too. I wasn't mentioning her, but she definitely was doing her yard too. Definitely, yes. Thank you so much, Sister Lynn. Planting different vegetables and stuff. Yep, I watched her channel as well too, but I was talking about some other YouTubers, but I checked hers out, and she's been doing pretty good getting her garden together as well too, and she's got a lot of nice land and property as well, beautiful around there. Absolutely beautiful. She's doing a good job. All that stuff is fun when that season comes in, huh? She says, "Oh, I've been walking wagon. That's not a pretty good size wagon. Oh yeah, that wagon is so cute when you put kids in the wagon and you pull them along. I think that is so precious. That's how we got to do it, Miss Grandma. That's how we got to do it, Miss Lynn. We got to multitask and make our way around so that we can, because it's hard. Y'all see, folks be wanting all these subscribers and stuff, child. You get here and be trying to run your damn self ragged, trying to keep up. You know how it is. Y'all know how it is. We be trying to get around to everybody. And even though I don't have no channel and, I don't have a lot of folks, I'm fine though, because I can barely handle what I got, you guys. And I promise you, I'm not bragging at all. I am not bragging, and I am very appreciative, but it's hard. Even like right now, and when I go over to my little bit of food and my little bit of haul, sometimes I have like 100 people to respond back to their comments and also go over and show them some love. And bro, let me tell you, it gets turned up in here. You understand what I mean? Oh, yes, it does. So, Chili, I got the TV, 2 cell phones, yeah, the laptop going, LOL. Ain't it crazy? And I promise you, you sound just like me right about now. It's busybody. Oh yeah. Yes. We got one of them in here that's malfunctioning, and we got to get it rewired. We had somebody to come out and look at it, and it didn't do nothing. It's something. I mean, we got other ones in here that are working fine, because I would never live like that. But something is wrong with this, because this is not just one of the ones you put batteries in, Judy, and stick on the wall. This is the one that we have grounded, you know what I mean, wired in. It has a cover top. Yeah, but it's wired in the ground. It's wired in with the electricity. This specific one, and even we tried to change the battery, that won't do nothing with it. We have to have an actual electrician. So it's been very annoying, because we just paid for someone to come out here and do something to it, and it was supposed to be fixed, and that, and it started right back up again, and we realized it's an electrical problem with that one particular one, and it's starting to get on my nerves, because when I'm home, I am doing a lot of business calls and things of that, and that's twerping in the background, and it's driving us crazy. Yes, it has. Yes, even with the cover part, even if you take the cover off, that's just to change the battery, but it's also wired into the wiring. It's a different type, you know what I mean? And boy, it's getting on my nerves. It is getting on my nerves, and we thought we had the problem solved and everything was good, and all of a sudden it started chirping back, because we already had, got ladders and changed the batteries, and that's not what it is. It's a little bit more than, hubby and the family can do for it. You know what I mean? We have to have somebody that come in and all that, because we know how to shut the power off and do stuff, but it's a problem that we can't fix, unfortunately. So it's going to cost. But I know that I'm getting a check back. You're getting paid back, because that guy did not fix the problem. Came in here with the ladder and bop, bop, bop. It ain't fixed, and I'm getting so tired of hearing it twerping and twerping. Oh, so hopefully. And it seemed like since all of this, no disrespect, but it seemed like since this C-19 hit, it is hard to get into doctor's appointments and getting deliveries with certain places. Things have changed, and it seemed like folks are still backed all the way up from when then. To where you can't even hardly get the service you need anymore. Mine is wired in too. Had to have one taken out. I still have 4 other ones. Yes, and this one right here, honey, it's got to go. It's killing me. She says, I was saying about cover top. Oh, the wagon. Oh, I thought you meant... This how silly I am. I'm sorry, Judy. Jeez, where's my brains at? Come on. Oh, yeah, the wagon. Yeah, that's good to have the one with the cover top. Oh, it's a wagon. That's a cover top. Oh, that's good, too, because sometimes the sun be beaming down, or if it start raining out of the blue, huh? Great idea. Yeah, this one's going to have to be removed, and because I'm telling you, And that's going to be messing me up because when I be doing these lives, and like I said, we got a little business at the house that I be doing, and you're talking to somebody, insurance companies and, billing and all this other coding and all this, and that beeping in the background, it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good, and it's unprofessional. And I don't know what else to do because we had finally got the guy to come out, and now we got to get somebody else. And it's like you can't get what you used to get from back in the days. And I remember, even with folks who were backed up back when it was C19, but things have changed since then to where a lot of services are not available like they used to be. You know what I mean? And I have a very, very good, we have a very good eye doctor that the whole family sees. And just for us to get our eyes checked annually, it's like I couldn't even get them on the phone. It took me almost a week. I went on and went myself, but I got another family member that should have went because it's like a couple of us to go together. We schedule an appointment and we all go, but the family member couldn't go, so I went on and got mine in, and now I've been waiting to to get in touch to make somebody else needs to make an appointment in the house, and we can't even get through on the phone. It's just crazy how things have gotten so. Everything is happening, y'all. Everything, and I don't mean to sound like I'm complaining, but it's different. You can't even get things like you used to. That's why I said I can deal with living a little bit off the grid, because sometimes this stuff is too much stimulation that's going on in the world anyway. Even me, sometimes when I go in the store, I just, how you want to go in the store if you have the time and you want to take your time and look at things and walk nice and easy and go down aisles. Honey, these days you got to get in, out. It's like folks are living for the moment, and they so twisted up and caught up to where you can't even get people to understand that, listen, okay, you can go ahead, bye. That's all you had to do is say, excuse me. People driving wild all over the road. People are angry, upset, going off, bugging out. I mean, we got some issues here that we got to watch ourselves too, because I remember back in the days, how folks will have something going, a car cut them off and somebody's quick to flip the bird. Honey, you better not do that these days. Somebody will come back and pow and fight and all that. This ain't the same. It ain't the same, y'all. We got a lot of stuff that's getting scarier and worse. That's why I feel like long as I know I'm covered by the blood, I'll be all right. But a lot of folks ain't going to be. And I'm telling you, these changes, I'm telling you some bad stuff that I've been reading about. I've been seeing it happen around me with people. I have been seeing it happen, bad. People are unrecognizable. People that you knew one way is acting another way. You know what I mean? Still lurking. It's a big difference. Folks that you recognize one way is acting totally different, and you're like, well, wait a minute, what happened? It could be a neighbor. You know what I mean? It could be a cashier in a store that you go to. If you go to a little coffee shop, or somebody that may be in McDonald's that you usually go to them, and they're one of the cashiers. Something is moving here. I know what's up, but you know what I'm saying? It ain't no joke. We got to stay in the Word and get ourselves together, because this stuff is going by and it's telling us something. And when these times like this come, stuff comes to pass. And the stuff that's happening is nothing new. You know how we got like all of this different stuff out here, and folks act like, oh, he cheated on his wife. Oh, they robbed the bank. None of this stuff is new. Even if you look in the Bible, it may be described differently, some of it, or the words are carefully chosen, how they explain these things, but it's all the same. All of the stuff that we got is this stuff that has already came to pass. And one thing about it too is that you can't get by on secondhand faith. We have to really pay attention to, if you're in the Word, you have to watch what you're doing, because if not, it's going to be a problem. She says, I just had them take it out for other ones. It's plenty to have. Yeah, I know. I don't think we need that one either. And it's too close to another one. She says, it made my cats just crazy and dog that beat me high. And so I told him, yeah, it's not a good thing, because it's annoying us as well too. You know what I mean? You can be sleeping, if you get deep into your sleep, you're good. But just wake up to use the bathroom, return over, and you hear it, and then mine is yelling different stuff out too, because mine is one of the ones that talk. Yeah, it is a crazy world, Judy. Yes, it is. But yeah, this one I got to keep yelling, higher, higher, car. You know, it's not funny because thank God that's not what's happening. But it is saying that, and it's mad annoying. I'm telling you. I told hubby that you're gonna have to somebody gonna have to get up here before that man come back and take something out. But you got to deal with some wiring. And see, we don't want to get up here clipping and carrying on because some of this stuff, you can know how to do little dib dabs around the house, but if you don't know what you're doing, you got to be careful. No, people don't. This is getting kind of scary too because I be watching the flow of how sometimes when I go in the store, I'll just stop and stand somewhere and just look at everybody. And like, boy, what is this world came to? Folks are yelling out of control. They don't care about what they're wearing, how they're behaving. The kids, they're swearing. The clothes they're wearing, it's like you're in the Twilight Zone. Like, what the heck happened? This is scary. This is crazy. This is way out of control. We got to do better than this because it's no peace. It's no peace. We got to do way better than this. This is crazy town right now. And the more it keeps going, the worse it's going to get. That's why I make sure I watch who I'm around. And when I got to go to places, I'm not going to let anybody run me out of what I got to do. But I don't fool around. I remember when I used to go in the grocery stores and take time. The way people are acting in the store, when I get that vibe, I get in and I get out. Because anything can happen. It's not even about, oh, you're in a bad neighborhood. It's not that. It's the people and where they at and how they behave. You know what I mean? So I'll just basically be trying my best to, behave myself and do what I can. But I'm telling you, we got a lot going on here. A lot going on here to where it's becoming like unbearable to be in certain places and around people because folks ain't behaving right. You can't even go. You're trying to go to a park somewhere and sit down. Drug use, drinking, arguing. It depends. It depends on who the people are. Because when I see folks with this kind of conduct, it has nothing to do with nobody's financial status. If they're green, purple, or yellow, it's the personality and the lifestyle that they're living that's problematic. You know what I mean? And I tell you, we gotta pay attention because I know one thing: when you mess around and snooze and lose, that regret will eat you up like a cancer. So it's better to try to fly straight when you can, because a lot of times you get in these situations and you're thinking, oh dang, I should have did this, oh I should have did that, and some of the time if you know better right off, do better. Hey, yes, I just was lurking over there. How's it going? I still got you. I'm still lurking over there. I just got it running, and then I'll pop in and say something and roll back out. She says 1 more hour for me. Thank you all. Oh, okay. I hear you. Yeah, you said you was going to lock it off. I'm going to go a little bit longer myself and chill down because I've been having some wonderful conversations and things of that. So I'm chilling with my Gucci. I'm chilling with Miss Judy over here. I had a few others. I don't know, because a lot of folks was in the background too. So, we just chilling out and living this thing called life. I hope everything is Gucci with you. I see you had a few folks in here chatting it up with you. So we over here just, chilling back and running it up. She says, I'm making me a little bag of popcorn. Oh, yeah, this is good. You know what I did too, Miss Judy and Miss Sydney? I bought me some popcorn that I forgot that one, Jolly Time, or I forgot what it's called. But I bought me some actual popcorn, and I popped it up myself, you guys, and it was really good. Back in the day style. Oh, she said this is the new overwritten by. Oh, his popcorn is good. There's a brand that we usually buy that don't taste right no more. I don't know what happened unless we got a few bad batches. But we got that, what's that called? The Act popcorn, and we got the kettle corn. But something wasn't right. I think it's that batch. I hope it's that batch. But then when I got a batch of the butter, that was too salty. So I'm hoping that's all it was. was that batch, because that was a good popcorn, but nothing's good like the old Redenbacher or popping popcorn yourself. Back in the days, y'all. Getting it in how we live. I am telling you. Heck, that make me want to go in here and make some popcorn. I probably will. That'll be my last little snack that I can have. But I think I'm going to have me some popcorn. Now you done got me started here. Me want the popcorn right now. Yes, I sure do. He said Orville Redenbacher. That is definitely a good brand. Yeah, popcorn. That sounds good. And I remember too, we used to have way back when I was a little girl, and we used to go to my aunt's house, and she used to pop popcorn for us, and she used to make roasted peanuts, and boy, it used to be good. But she would do it on I don't know if y'all remember, because I was so young, but she used to make the popcorn. You know the popcorn, what brand was that when you put that on the stove and that silver cone raises up? I forgot that brand. But it was that popcorn that you made right on top of the stove, and it puffed up the whole silver thing. Yes. She used to do that, and she used to roast peanuts. And it's another side to the story, but I won't get into it now because that, oh boy. Anyway, she used to do that every year with some roasted peanuts. You know what I mean? Like she would get, the raw actual peanuts and roast them. And we used to watch The Wizard of Oz, the actual old, very first Wizard of Oz. And it used to be awesome. Those are them good old days. Now you got me wanting some popcorn. And I got a few little tricks too, because all this stuff now, you got to watch what you eat, and sodium and high cholesterol and high blood pressure. That's what I was saying about the difference of the healthy food and stuff that we had back in the days. Like that Jiffy Pop, that popcorn was right. All of this, as a matter of fact, I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of the stuff that I ate coming up as a child was pretty cool. She said, I love popcorn. I do too. I like that kettle corn too, is really good. They got a few different brands. That Boom Chicka Boom, that brand is really good too. And then I think it's the Skinny Pop. Those are good, and it's not supposed to be so bad on the calories. But I know that a lot of the stuff that we eat now that we used to have back in the days didn't cause all these medical problems. I even know a lot of older people that they were doing fine until they came, around a certain area and started eating and doing stuff differently than where they were rooted at, and started getting all these sicknesses and these problems. And I noticed too with these doctor's appointments here too, these doctors are like they are in tandem. A lot of doctors are in tandem with the pharmaceutical, which is the drugstore, and they're quick to diagnose you and send you on so that they can make some money. And sometimes something that you don't even need to keep going to so often, they'll keep making appointment, so that they can get charged. They can charge you for that office visit, and then also send you to the drugstore to help them make some money. That's why I keep telling the folks, honey, sometimes you gotta go to Dr. God. You know what I mean? And get out here and pray, for some of this stuff here, y'all, this ain't hitting. This is not hitting. Every time I turn around too, I notice a lot of people too that I've been talking to that have certain kind of insurances. It's like they start a whole bunch of stuff. I remember some years ago, people with certain type of insurance, they had a big thing going for women. You need you got fibroids, and a lot of women didn't though, and a lot did. I'm gonna be honest, but there was something going with that. Okay, thank you so much. Blessings to you. I appreciate you coming. Judy, thank you. Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate it. Blessings to you. Have a good one. And thank you so much for spending some time and hanging out. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your popcorn, because I'm going to make me some popcorn too. I'm definitely going to make me some popcorn. I'm going to make it right on top of the stove. Like the old days. You can control how much salt and sodium and all that's in it. Oh, thank you, Judy. Take care. That's so sweet. That's why I was thinking if I made some, I know exactly what's in it. And that's how I was raised up, making it from back in the days, right on the stove top, and know exactly what's in it and know what health risk and everything else. Because all this stuff out here, y'all, we going down. We are going down. And I think if people would take a page out of the book from the old school, folks will save a lot of money. Even I remember too when I was coming up and I was younger, a lot of people be thinking that everything, oh, they poor, they broke, but it wasn't that. It made sense. If you got, kids and yourself grown in the house, instead of having that heat cranked all up, put on something, put on something warm around the house. Put your bedroom slippers on, put on some socks, snuggle up. Then you can drop that heat a little bit, you know what I mean, and rotate around and do something. Now everybody got the heat up on high, and it's just all this stuff is just going in the direction to where you got to get around people that's mind like yourself, because folks are doing so many different things that if you mess around too long, they'll have you thinking and acting the way they thinking, and that's not winning. Because God is able to provide any and everything we need, but if we don't follow the right instructions, we get out here and get lost in the sauce just like everybody else. And see, people don't realize when you out here living your life, people, this is what I do. I always tell my family that I want them to know me. It has nothing to do with just if I can get in there and bake a good chicken, or just because of, my macaroni and cheese and all that. I want to be remembered by something more than that. I want to go a lot deeper than those type of things, because that's not what holds off in the end. You know what I mean? And it's good to leave, a recipe and all that, but I'm just saying there's so much depth to us as people that we're only skimming across the surface. And like I said, get into these Bibles, everybody, whoever are believers, because I'm having a lot of times where when I get on here and I start talking about, the Lord and things like that, people, oh, how do you know it's a God? When I ever believe in God? And what I don't understand is, why would you bother to even argue about something that you don't believe in? And if you don't care, why are you even here? And we have a lot of folks that love to come on. I had somebody to start telling me something about a wolf. And I'm not judging anybody, but if that's what you believe in and you don't believe in what I believe in, that's okay. We can be different, but we don't have to argue about it. Do what you do, and I'm going to do what I do over here. It ain't nothing wrong with it, but you can say, one thing or a few people in the comment section saying, yes, thank the Lord Jesus. Who's God? Why? What is that? How do you know it's real? I think that's a bunch of faux. I think that's a bunch of fake. And then they want to start arguing with everybody in the live. But see, I'm going to sing it. I'm going to shout it from the rooftops. I am a believer. I am a believer. I am here. I am going to let everybody know that I am here. And like I said, I'm working on myself though, y'all. I'm working on myself. I ain't where I want to be, but I ain't where I used to be either. I'm okay, and I'm on my way. And I'm going to keep going. And I'm going to keep trying. But I know one thing, y'all. Stop acting surprised about something that you can clearly be educated by if you would open up that good old book. And let that good old book, take you somewhere. Read. And see, the thing is, I'd like to tell people, too, even if you say that you're not a believer, read the book, though. Get in that Bible and tell me you won't have a good time. Just think about it. Even if you're not a believer, just to read a good book. And I promise you, you would be so shocked at what works for you. And you'd be like, well, you know what? Now I see. Yeah. Open it up and give it a shot. That's all you got to do. And I know all you lovely people are busy. So, she said that part. She said that part, sister. Yeah. Because every time I get on here, Sister Lynn, not every time, but quite a few times, people will argue you to death about if you talk about God. Well, how do you know that is true? How do you know? Because I know the man walked on the moon. That was the man. Well, who made the moon? And then once you start talking to them conspiracy theory folks and I'm not judging nobody, because if that's what you believe, go for it. But right now, this is what I'm talking about. And I'm not saying because this is my hangout spot that I'm controlling you, but you ain't got to argue with me. Even with me, I go on a lot of people's lives that I like, and sometimes they be doing some stuff that ain't for me that day. I'll go and come back, but I ain't going to get mad at it. I just leave off and mind my business and come back another time. and that be it. But these folks here coming, honey, I'm telling you, the devil is working it. You understand what I'm saying? And I keep telling folks, I don't care who you are, man or woman. I don't care how many haircuts you wear, how many hats you put on, how many do-rags. With these women's, I don't care how many hats you wear, how many lace front wigs you wear, I can still see your horns. You hear me? I see you. I see you. See, that's the kind of way there that when you live and you know that you know can't nothing stop you. You understand what I mean? And when you believe in God, you will never lose. I don't care when you at your worst times, the worst of stuff that happened to you or family members, your health or whatever. This is the thing. People do not understand that this is not the promised land. All of these cruelties and things that happen to us in our health, you can do all things right and you're still going to experience some harm and some issues and you're still born to die. But if you are understanding that this is not the promised land and that if you want your crown of life, you have to hold tight. This is just a journey. But you got to look at it. Jesus walked through here, and do you imagine just some of the hardest stuff that you experience in your life? Do you imagine what that person felt to feel all of the most horrible things in the world at one time? And carry that of all of us. And we sit here and we be, oh yeah, my blood pressure's up. You know, I ain't got that much food in the refrigerator. Somebody passed away. All that is horrible. But look here. It said it would be. It said it is written. And if you don't get the comprehension of it, you're going to always walk through life and be confused and mixed up because you're not knowing. You know, you can be in this world, but don't be of it. That's not the plan for our lives. We have to go further on than this, y'all. And if you get stuck right here, you're not going to make it. And I keep looking at that because I ain't going to lie. I have to, fall on my sword, my own sword several times a day. Because I fall off, I ain't going to lie, I'm going to be honest. And this is one thing I keep telling people. No matter how much I tell you guys and talk with everybody about, I believe in God. I know that I'm not saved, because I know some of the stuff that's still in me is not where I want it to be, but God may say it is, and I'm working on, I swear here and there. Yeah, I do. I'm going to be honest. I mean, I don't smoke, drink, and all that type of stuff like that, and party, and nothing wrong with none of that. Whoever want to do their business. But I'm just saying, but I still have a lot of stuff in my heart, and I get mad, and I have negative thoughts. I got a lot of stuff going on. I got a whole lot of stuff going on, but I think that people don't pay attention. Just like I'll give you an example. We know what the 10 Commandments consist of, right? Let's no disrespect to anybody. I'm not trying to teach nobody, judge nobody, train nobody. But we know what the 10 Commandments consist of, right? But think about it. What are the 10 Commandments, right? Who carried the 10 Commandments? Huh? Who carried the 10 Commandments? Don't we all know? Moses, right? But didn't Moses do one of the things as one of the 10 Commandments? What is this? What is the 10 Commandments? That thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not kill, steal. And what did Moses do? And God still used him. Do you understand? It's never too late. Glory be to God, y'all. For real. Think about it. Moses carried the 10 Commandments. And he did one of the things that was on in the 10 Commandments, and God still used him. Do you understand? Life is life, and y'all, let's get with it. Let's get with it, y'all. And I always tell folks, oh, I'm atheist. Do you even know what that means? Can you spell it? Because folks are quick to, anytime you say something about God, the devil always sends one of his little minions to try to come in and tap dance on your brain to convince you otherwise when they're lost, trapped, and confused themselves, but they see you feeling the glory and that you're happy, and they don't want to see you have that because they don't have that themselves. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to keep talking because I know y'all busy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop out. I'm going to keep the live running, but I'm going to pop out, and when I see somebody typing, I'll come back in because I know I'm talking it up, y'all, but I'm enjoying it. Hello, Susie B. Thank you so much for coming. How you doing, Sugar? Miss L. I appreciate you guys for being here, and I thank you guys for your friendship. Blessings to you guys and your family and everything that you decide to do. And most likely we will be in touch. But if any of you guys are mothers, happy Mother's Day coming up. Blessings to you guys and all the work that you do. Blessings to y'all moms. you know, bless everybody. Thank you, ladies. Thank you guys so much for coming. I appreciate it. Judy, I thought you were gone long time ago. Thank you so much for your time. The Rushmore Show. Thank you guys for stopping by. I was just at you guys' house yesterday. I appreciate it and I enjoy you guys' podcast. Thank you, everyone. Take care and blessings.
I